Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. We are looking at we had a published agenda that was on our website. And from that, we will, well, first, good morning, council. Good morning, staff. Good morning, gallery full of people. Good morning, Chris, and those that are watching us from home or recording or watching the recording later, because a lot of people do that as well. So from that, we will stand and sing our national anthem. Mike. Thanks, everybody, by singing their national anthem. Just on that, they will be singing that this evening when the Florida plays Edmonton Oilers, which we hope is this year a favorable success for a Canadian team. You got an Oilers hat there, Mr. Wickens? Yeah, there you go. I was Councillor or Deputy Mayor Nielsen and I were at a FCM this week, and it said that's bad luck to wear the jersey before the game. So there was one guy had it, but anyway, it's bad luck. So I guess they're hoping for everything that's in their favor. So that will be a game that will be starting tonight. I do remember back, and I don't want to go too far off, but when the Blue Jays did win and stuff like that, when a Canadian team does win, it does bring a lot of national pride. And I think that's something that we really need to continue on what's happening south of us as well, which changed this morning as well. So from that, we have an agenda that is in front of us. Are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda? Councillor Allen.
So
This looks like it's going to be interesting.
So under approval of the minutes of the last council meeting, 7.1, the Grey Highlands Public Library minutes, that's item 17.1. And item 10.1 on that agenda is the Kimberley Hall sign update. And there was a motion that I was to pull out last meeting and I forgot. So I would like to deal with that. It's just to seek approval from Grey Highlands and the county to put a sign up. So it's nothing too serious.
No, but it got missed.
It got missed.
Okay, so you're removing that addition. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Lowhead, any discussion on that addition? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Anything else to, I guess we'll add that, Madam Clerk. Where will we add that? Under the minutes, or where do you wish to add that so we get that clear? It's been approved. I can come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'll see if there's anything else to be added. Any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Sorry, Councillor Allwood, do you have some? No. And Madam CA, was there addition to the in camera? Or Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McQueen. There was a request that there was something missed for closed session. So if we could add a closed session item on recreation facility 239-2K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on on behalf of the municipality.
Okay, and that's for recreation. And can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councilor Rickens, second by Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. That'll go on the in-camera session. Are there any other additions or deletions? And Madam Clerk, did you figure out where that one will go, or we'll just you'll tell me when? Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mayor McQueen, I'm going to just say under corporate administration because it doesn't necessarily fall under any specific category.
Okay, just so then that's. It's just pages, let's see the pages. Where am I missing that? Nine. I slipped by it. Oh, I went too many pages. Okay. Addition. Okay. Are there any other additions? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for the amended agenda? Councilor Elwood, you're moving that?
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, Councilor Wickens is seconding that. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. All right. Now that we have approved agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with members of council? Member Allen, Councilor Allen.
Item 11.1, that's the financial assistance program items. So it would be FAP 2025-48. And from a pickleball club of Grey Highland, request for waiver of rental fees. I'm a member of the club.
Okay, so what we'll do is then,
We'll pull it.
yeah, I was gonna say, and that way you can talk to the other ones for sure. Okay, any other declaration of pecuniary interest? If one does arise at the time, you can declare it at that time as well, if the agenda item comes up. Moving on to open forum, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody wishing to speak to any items on the agenda for 3 minutes?
Yes, Mayor McQueen, we have 3 open forum registrants today, and they're all in person. The first one is Carlos Mango, and he's speaking on item 11.3, the community grant program request from the Kimberley Community Association.
Okay. What?
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is this all right for microphone? Wonderful. I'd like to start by saying thank you to council and staff for having this open forum and for having me here. My name is Carlos Manguel. I'm the current president of the Kimberley Community Association. I have an upcoming delegation on July 2nd with council. My ask here today is that you defer the vote on item 11.3 until after the July 2nd delegation. It seems as though there's been a breakdown in communication between the KCA and Grey Highlands. More than half the line items on 11.3 were not in our most recent grant application. Beyond that, a number of them are historical events that we no longer host. Furthermore, I feel that the Kimberley Community Association has not done a good enough job demonstrating to Grey Highlands the value and positive impact it has on both the community and financially for the municipality. As such, I ask that you defer your vote on 11.3 until after my delegation on July 2nd. That way we can clear up any inconsistencies and you can make an informed vote once you have a more accurate representation of the entire picture. I truly believe that we are both looking out for the best interests of the community. And I also feel that we could work more effectively if we do so collaboratively, which is something I'll speak to on July 2nd. Once again, I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration to defer the vote on item 11.3 until after the delegation on July 2nd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam Clerk, our next open forum.
Next speaker is Erica Ferguson speaking on item 17.7, Grey Highlands Climate Action Group Responsible Growth in opposition to elements of Bill 5.
Morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Thank you for inviting our input. I have sent you emails about how I personally feel about this, and that is that I deeply respect the work that you do here, and I honor the decisions you make. And when I hear that the provincial government would like to have the ability to any place, anytime, make any of the laws that you have brought forward null and void, it makes me furious. You already know this. I already sent you an email about it, but I wanted to let you know again how much I appreciate what you do.
Okay, well, thank you for that. All right, and Madam Clerk.
Our last speaker today is Joyce Hall, speaking on the same item. Thank you, everybody, for having.
Morning.
And I'm here on behalf of the Grey Highlands Climate Action Group. And I wanted to start by telling you that I woke up this morning with smoke in my bed, smoke in my eyes. And I was alarmed. I thought, how can I get away from this? And that you are guardians of this land. We just sang, "Oh Canada, stand on guard." I'm guardian of this land. And how do these bills stand in relation to that duty? And how do they relate to that smoke that I woke up with in my bed? The government says we're in a crisis and we need to centralize authority, suspend laws and rights to deal with the crisis of housing and of Donald Trump's tariffs. What kind of playbook is that? We need to centralize authority. We don't have time to obey the laws that we have passed. Also, these are omnibus bills, huge stuffed bills, and a time allocation has been set to limit debate. What does that tell us about these bills and about the intent of this government? Apparently, we had a rebellion in 1850 to assure that cabinet was accountable to the legislature. These bills challenge that. So in what way? Well, so our ask here is that you oppose the bills through our motion or through the strongest means the majority of you can agree upon. Basically, because the bills are saying, we're taking power away from you, okay? In broad strokes, Bill 5 sets up special economic zones which exempt trusted proponents. Well, guess who decides who those are? From provincial laws. And the elimination of the Endangered Species Act. Bill 17 threatens the removal of municipal authority to develop green development standards. We don't have time for green development standards, right? So several councils have passed resolutions. There's a wave of resistance from across the province, from a big tent of concerned sectors, environmental, but also democratic, legal, Indigenous, and even the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and interestingly, Canadian architects. It's quite interesting to hear what they have to say. First of all, we don't need to centralize the power to address the housing crisis. 15 municipalities in the GTA currently have green development standards, and according to the Atmospheric Fund, green standards do not slow down housing construction. And a spokesman said in 2023, Toronto exceeded its housing targets by 51%, with nearly 96% of housing starts being subject to Toronto Green Standard. And the language of Bill 17 doesn't target the type of housing we need. It targets all housing. So, for example, deferring development charges applies to sprawl and McMansion development.
Can you just sort of wrap it up, please? Or
Okay. We hope you will pass our resolution. But if you decide to follow, say, what Grey County and the town of Blue Mountain has done, and send a letter to Mr. Flack, the Minister Flack, we would suggest that the letter ask that the Bill 17 provision to remove municipal authority to create building standards be deleted, that it express some of the same objections that the other municipal resolutions have stated, and that it express the citizens' concerns and fears about removing authority from our local councils and from suspending laws. You can also, I will say, provide input through on Bill 17 and through ERO 025-0465, which specifically states that the government is seeking feedback on potential legislative and regulatory changes. So I would suggest that you do that.
Okay, sorry, I get 3 minutes and. Yeah, sorry. Okay, thank you for that. And just double checking, Madam Clerk, is there anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, thank you for taking the opportunity to speak in open forum, the items on the agenda. All right, so then moving on on our agenda then, and you're welcome to stay as long as you wish. We'll move on to presentations and delegations, but I'll go to you, Councillor Elwood, with some comments.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. Item 6.1 on the agenda, unfortunately, our auditors are not ready for the presentation, so I would like to make an alternate motion. Oops. And that alternate motion would be that council waive section 41.3 of the procedural bylaw 2024-097 to extend the presentation time from a maximum total of 30 minutes to 60 minutes to allow the municipal auditors to present the 2024 financial statements at the June 18th, 2025 meeting of council.
Okay, any background on that, or I'll look for a seconder. Can I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor, do you have any background on that extension and what you're proposing?
I believe it's just, they're not ready at this time to present, and
Right.
They're gonna need more than 30 minutes to present at our June 18th.
Oh, that's
meeting.
fine. Madam
I'm
Clerk.
not sure if our,
Through you, Mayor McQueen, we already have 30 minutes worth of presentations booked for the June
Oh, I
18th
see.
meeting.
Yeah.
So because they weren't ready for this meeting, we need an additional 30 minutes to allow for this
Yeah.
presentation to take place at that meeting. That's why there's the request for waiver of the procedure bylaw.
Thank you for the explanation. So I was gonna say they need a full 60 minutes. I'm gonna say, wow, there must be lots to talk about in our finances. Thank you for that clarity. So it's a space on the agenda, not necessarily they're gonna speak to it. Thank you for that clarity. Any comments to that? Councillor Allen?
Not specifically to that, but to or I guess the lack of report. Normally we get the financial statements ahead of time so we can have a look, so we can kind of know what they're talking about. I just wondered why the change this year.
Madam Treasurer?
Thank you, through you to Councillor Allen. We had scheduled the June 4th meeting for the auditors to present late last year. So it was kind of our target date, and as we got closer, the statements just weren't ready. So ideally, they would have been released with the draft agenda last week. So now that we have pushed to the next council meeting, we will receive them in advance, and you'll receive them ahead of time to review.
Sort of like our spring and summer, it's been delayed a little bit. Forecast was saying it was going to be at a certain time, but yeah, thank you for that. We want to make sure they're well versed when they do come, right? So any other discussion on that item? That's been moved and second to defer that to the June 18th meeting. Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you for that. All right, so that's it was the only scheduled delegation we had for today. So then we'll move on to section 7. It's the minutes of our previous meeting, which was the 21st of May, 2025. Would somebody care to move and second those minutes? Councillor Lowhead, second by Councillor Elwood. Any discussion on those minutes? Other than what's being carried forward. Seeing none. Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I wasn't present at the last one, but it shows that I was.
In spirit.
I was definitely here in spirit. As I was driving down 401, I would rather have been in the meeting with you guys. However, it does say Council President, Deputy Mayor, and I was not present at the May 21st meeting. Probably amend the minutes of that one.
You were just in everybody's mind. Right. So we'll make that slight little change for sure. Any other discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That carried unanimously. All right, so we have some reports for today, so I'm going to pass the chair over to you, Councillor Wickens, for a couple of transportation reports.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. Item 8.1, the Wilcox Lake Road Resurfacing Update. That Council received report TPS 25.13. Wilcox Lake Road Resurfacing Update report for information, and that Council direct staff to proceed with the tendering of the Wilcox Lake Road Resurfacing Project, excluding the additional 400 meters of asphalt. So motion to put that on the floor by Mayor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Allwood. Discussion. Mayor McQueen?
Just briefly, it did show in that report of the significant cost that was going to do that last section, and I can see why the recommendations that are coming from staff on
Yeah.
that sense.
Hmm.
Thank you.
We talked about that budget time too, I believe.
Right.
That, yeah, so.
And just with that, the report that came back from Burnsides that did
Yep.
that investigation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of money for 400 meters. Right. Any other discussion? All those in favor? It's carried. Item 8.2. The Sidewalk Connectivity Plan. The council received report TPS 25.14 Sidewalk Connectivity Plan for information, and the council directs staff to include the connectivity plan for future capital budget requests where feasible. Have a motion to put that on the floor? Councillor Lowhead. Seconder? Councillor Allen. Any discussion, questions? It's fairly straightforward. It just puts a plan in place of how we go about looking at our sidewalks and, you know, whether we pave shoulders or put sidewalks in or, yeah. No discussion then. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously, and that is the end of my section. I will pass the chair back to Mayor McQueen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wickens, for looking after those reports. Moving on to then for appointment bylaw, that council approved bylaw 2025-041 being a bylaw to amend the 2022 to 2026 appointment bylaw. Would somebody care to put that on the floor? Councillor Lowhead, second by Councillor Wickens. Discussion. Any discussion on that slight change? All right, seeing none, all in favor of that? That is carried. That was discussed at the previous council meeting as it was. So that's carried. Then we have the other section that was added by Councillor Allen. So I'll pass it over to you to bring that forward. This is one of our amendments for today's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Down in Kimberley at the hall, the library sign was on the front of the building, like attached to the building. When they did the renovations, they took it off, and actually, I believe it was destroyed. Whether it was the taking off or storage. So they're going to purchase a new sign, and they want to put it out from the building, and it would be perpendicular to the county road. So they're asking is that we get permission from firstly the county, but also Grey Highlands to do that.
Okay.
And so we ask that council direct staff to obtain those permissions.
Okay, so you're moving that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lowhead. I'm going to go to our Director of Transportation. Are you aware of any of this through myself to you?
To you, Mayor McQueen. No, this is news to me, but I think Councillor Allen had indicated it is a county road. They would have a signed bylaw, so there would be a permitting process. I would assume they would need to go through with the county. I'm not sure unless the municipality would have much involvement unless the placement is on a section of municipal property would be our approval process. But being a county road, I think they would need to approach the county.
Okay, just thank you. I don't know if you have any follow up to that. So it's just a process of moving forward. Any discussion on that? Obviously it was in the minutes that got missed coming forward, right? So Councillor Lohead.
Just quickly, this is been a long time coming, this signage. It's been requested, I think, from the community and desired in the community for as long as I've been in the community. So I think it'll be an important and good addition to the hall and to Kimberley.
So who's purchasing the sign? Is that part of the municipalities purchasing that sign? Councillor Allen, I'll come back to you.
So it's partly the library and
Oh,
partly
right.
the KCA. So
Right.
this sign will have space for advertising. It's not just the library sign. I should have mentioned that before, so.
Okay, there's a commercial side of it. No, Deputy Mayor? Okay, you got that. Okay. So once you get through all that process, then the ladder can be erected. I presume our staff will be installing it? Or a sign company, or it'll go to?
The sign company would install it.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you for that. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Alwood or Deputy. I don't know if I can recognize somebody else for somebody else's hand was up, but thanks for that clarity.
My time, this kind of.
Well, all right. So since there's no other comments, just one quick thing. I don't know if there are bricks in the parking lot still from the renovations. I don't know if they were planned for part of the sign, but I've noticed they're still in the parking lot. I don't know if you've noticed that. Yeah, and that was last year. So probably I would think they probably should be saved in case you need more, but it's probably taking up. So I've noticed it a few times going by, but I'll leave it at that. All right, since there's no other discussion, all in favor of that motion? That's carried unanimously. That was an addition. Moving on then to section 10, CLS and Planning. I'll pass the chair to you for some reports, Member Allen, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Item 10.1 is Heritage Grey Highlands. And the motion would be that council receive the recommendation to designate the Feversham Methodist Cemetery from the Heritage Grey Highlands for information, and that council direct staff to bring forward a bylaw to designate the Feversham Methodist Cemetery property at 111 John Street as a heritage property under section 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and add to the online municipal register. Mayor McQueen is moving that. Seconder, Councillor Lohead. Discussion on that? Councillor Lohead.
I think this is great. It seems reasonable. I think I'm surprised that all of our pioneer cemeteries aren't already designated as, cultural heritage sites. And seems to me if we're doing one, we should do them all, unless the others already are.
So, Clerk Van Alstyne.
Through you, Chair Allen, a number of our cemeteries are listed on our heritage register. I don't believe all of them are. In Grey Highlands, we have a large number of cemeteries, and it takes time to work through the process because you don't just designate it with no details or history on it. So I believe our Heritage Grey Highlands Committee does a great job at recognizing when these things should come about and brings it forward when they have the information available.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Lohead? Okay. Deputy Mayor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen. I just might add to our clerk's comments. The next report, talking about the heritage designation, speaks to the amount of work that the Heritage Committee itself does to help bring forward items, and the effort that goes into that. So I think I kind of agree with Clerk Van Alstyne that the grassroots coming up when they should be recognized is maybe a bit easier than council trying to go down a path of doing the research. Like we don't really have this heritage staff, whereas we'd be kind of recommending to the committee to undertake that work.
Okay, any other comments? Mayor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as of note, of that cemetery is the founding member of Feversham, Edward Horton, who they celebrated the 200th anniversary back in 2012, and I do remember that event. And it did say in that he served on council a few terms, but more importantly, I find it interesting. If you look at older cemeteries, the longevity of people's lives was much shorter. And I think that shows there are 52 years, so, you know, it is interesting when you do older cemeteries that their life expectancy was shorter. And a lot of children were very, like people that obviously were still children were very much didn't live to a long age, which probably reflected maybe the conditions and lifestyle back then, who knows, but anyway, we're just making that note. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Wiggins.
Councillor Allen, just a question. So there was a Methodist church associated with this, but where was the church? What happened? Did it burn? Did it? Just wondered if you had any of your discussions about this.
I'm not on that committee.
Oh, you're not?
No,
Oh, all right.
just under my,
There you go.
Yeah.
Councillor Dubik is, and she's away holidaying. All right then. Thank you.
okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, if not, all those in favor? That's carried. Item 10.2. Cost recovery for heritage designations. The council received staff report CLS 2515, cost recovery for heritage designations for information. Deputy Mayor Nielsen is moving that. Councillor Allwood seconding it. Discussion. As the deputy mayor said, there is quite a process. Time spent. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Allen, for you. In the report, it mentions that as of January the 1st, 2027, if council hasn't issued a notice of intention to designate the properties prior to that date, the existing properties would be removed from the list. Is that something we have done or are planning to do?
Again, I'm not on the committee. Clerk Benalstein.
I can't, sorry, through you, Chair Allen. I don't remember exactly the motions that were moved, because originally the deadline was January 1st, 2025. And the province has now extended it by 2 more years because there was many municipalities who couldn't get all their information together in the short time frame that was originally allotted. Our Heritage Grey Highlands Committee is working diligently on trying to get as many properties as they can to heritage designation as opposed to just listed. Additionally, they have there has been a resolution passed by council that the properties that are not willing to go to designation can still stay on a heritage inventory. Thank you. I couldn't remember that word. So we are diligently working on it, and we will see what we can get done by 2027.
Right, Mayor
Thank you for
McQueen.
that.
Mayor McQueen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and yeah, I was on the first Heritage Committee back in 2005 where they started that process, and a lot of them were listed. They weren't designated, but since then there has been changes with the opportunity for tax relief, I think, as well, that is going through that system. I know some municipalities in the county of Grey have done that. But yes, it's yeah, I'm glad that I didn't realize that deadline was moved forward. But yeah, I know there's a lot of reflection on that, but you know, I think some municipalities and maybe the previous chair, I don't think Nancy's the chair now of the Heritage Committee, would say that sometimes heritage designations does help on the tourism side, that some municipalities promote that designation, and it does, you know, people follow that. Like I know quite a few of the old schools, like I know that are, I think an example, like Rob Roy School there. People sort of cite stuff out, and I shouldn't say that stuff, but those properties to because they have interest. So that there is an economic or tourism part of that as well. But anyway, good report. I think it's great that it sort of shows the intricacies of how it becomes or gets in front of council for that as well. So thank you. Thanks for that report.
Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Allen, through you. So in receiving the report, the recommendation is that we don't establish a fee. We don't currently charge a fee for this process, and that's a typical process. So I would, somebody's already moved that we received the report, or yeah. So in receiving the report, we're not establishing a fee.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, not seeing any more hands. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, Mayor McQueen, back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, for the portion of our agenda. Going on to section 11, building and economic and community development, and I'll be passing the chair over to Deputy Mayor Nielsen. There's quite a few pages that are associated to the Deputy Mayor, but Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. So there are a few items under section 11. 11.1 is the Financial Assistance Program Committee meeting minutes. That includes all the recommendations that the FAP committee made to council. I will save us all me reading them out for 3.5 minutes. But we're going to treat it like a consent agenda item. If there's any item that the FAP committee put forward to council that council would like to pull to discuss or change the recommendation, some of the items we said no to, some of the items we said yes to, feel free to pull them. Otherwise, I'm looking for a mover to move the entire list. Councillor Wickens.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. I'd like to make a motion to defer item 11.3.
So that's a different item. 11.1 is what we're on, which is the culmination
I
list.
thought
of
you were doing the
others.
whole.
Not my whole section. We're not going to consent my whole section. I like having other items. We're just going to do 11.1 as a consent item.
All right,
How many items? are there?
I'll wait.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wickens. Mayor McQueen.
I will pull 2025-48 pickleball item because it was requested that there could be a section, so I'll pull that one if I.
So FAP 2025 number 48.
Yeah, because I think there's going to be with regards to mention of a pecuniary interest, so I think that needs to be pulled separately.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. Are there any other items from the consent agenda released to the poll?
I do have one other that I'm trying to find the one with request for funding for the seed. Which one is that? I read it there. There was some regards to like planting seed.
Yep.
20.
Thank you for that, Councillor Allwood.
Okay, I want to pull that because I don't know enough about it and what that's all about. So maybe from your committee standpoint, you can add a little bit. So I'll pull that one as well.
Okay, 48 and 29. Councillor Allen.
22, 23, and 24.
For clarity, that is in front of the Rockland Arena, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Any other that we wish to pull? Seeing no other hands, can I get a mover for the rest? So in total, there's that many, and we're gonna pull five out to have separate conversation on. I get a mover and second, moved by Councillor Wickens, rest of the consent list, seconded by Councillor Allwood. Any general questions on any of the items? Councillor Lowhead.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. So I was hoping I could get some help understanding exactly how these rentals work, and especially in light of Carlos's, president of the KCA's, comments at open forum this morning, in which it said that a lot of the requests are historical requests and null requests, you know, a surprise to him and the KCA that these were even requested. I'm wondering if that also follows for any of these requests. And I thought I understood how this worked, but now I'm not so sure. When these requests are granted, is that time necessarily then blocked by staff as rentals? Or is it just that they are available as free rentals? Is that question clear? I mean, is that time blocked at the rental halls when it's granted, or is the value banked to these groups and then they can use it if they so choose? I thought I knew, but I feel like I don't.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lowhead. So the FAP program does have the full terms of reference and the bylaws that support the FAP. When staffs get the request for rental, those rental requests, if they're dated, so things like the significant community events, Santa Claus parades, things like that, they are booked into our time bookings, and then we do not rent out those spaces. If there are ones, say, for example, the Kinsmen who have a reoccurring certain date and time rental for meetings, for instance, those are booked, and then the hall is not booked out. For our staff, it is difficult for a community group to say, we would like to have this booking unless you book something else. to put our staff in the position to then override a community booking for a paid rental booking, there's no win there for our staff. If our staff comment and call out the committee or the group or the nonprofit group and say, hey, we got a free booking, you're out, there's going to be a conflict there. And if we, there's also the conflict of advertising that we're free when technically there's a community group booking and then we take a paid booking that may end up having a conflict. So as far as I understand it now, when these halls are booked, if there are dates attached to them, those dates are then booked into our system so that those times are then stopped and nobody else can book those times, because the conflict they would put our staff in is just inappropriate to then be open to a paid rental at the same time. That's my understanding of it. And if I am incorrect, we have our director of building and community services here to correct me, but she doesn't have to if she thinks I did a good job. Let's throw that caveat in there. And then to the requests that come in, if you look at the minutes for the Financial Assistance Program Committee, we do get all of our requests come in from the organization. So there is a Kimberley community request in here. If you look at the Kimberley community request, it shows that their request to our staff for all the different events and things. So in that request from KCA, so the report would have come, it includes the speaker series, the bridge club, the community garden, the stew and shoe, pride flag raising, Easter hunt, all of the events. Our staff did not make up events that the KCA wanted. That was in the request that they made to our staff, and that's how we got to the numbers and the requested there. If the KCA has a different amount they wish to request, they are more than willing and hopefully to update their request and what they're actually going to use, and hopefully that conversation will happen through the delegation. Any other questions, Councillor Elwood? I was staring at it.
Looking right past. No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's quite clear. Although I do wonder, I mean, not to imply that our staff made up the events that the KCA requested, but again, as Carlos said, there seems to be a breakdown in communication and some misunderstandings, and even internally within the KCA, because I don't think that they were quite sure of the request that they were putting forward. And I wonder if that follows for any of these other community groups. And I wonder how many of these bookings are being, set in stone by our staff, and rightfully so, that are, not used and therefore preventing us from gaining revenue at these facilities. So I guess what I'm wondering is if we need to have a hard look and a revision of these types of requests going forward by the community groups before they even come to the FAP program, before they then come to council.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lohan. A fair point. I would defer that question to staff in terms of the communication staff has back and forth with the community groups in terms of their application. I wouldn't know the process for once they receive an application, do they just take it or do they have back and forth questions? That's something that coming out of this, you could ask for maybe a staff report on that process in terms of how these are received. We did change the FAP program and are doing a singular intake now, whereas in the past we had done them quarterly. But we're hoping for a singular intake just for more consistent budget purposes and the change in the amount of money we're putting into the FAP program. And so we're hoping that that process will happen a little sooner before 2026 happens. But pardon me for just 1 second here. I am being said, I can go to staff, maybe have a bit more of that. So, oh no, Director MacArthur. I was close. I was trying. My apologies, Director MacArthur.
Here. So thank you through the chair to council. Just a couple of comments. You are closer. Okay. You're correct that when those are booked, they're booked in and they're solid and they don't shift. There is one group at the health center that we do have some communication back that staff can bump those for paid rental. Rob is on teams that he can speak to this, but I would note that staff have met with these groups a number of times to confirm what the requests were coming forward and feel relatively comfortable in what is being presented. I think there's some there was guidelines and parameters that were established by council and we're trying to adhere to those. I think that the process could see some improvement moving forward and we're happy to take some comments after the delegation and look at the process this year and try to maybe tighten up the process for 2026 so that we have all of the information kind of either leading into or shortly after budget, if that's helpful. But Rob, as I said, is on the line if you wanted to ask any specific questions specific to the Kimberley Community Association.
Thank you for that, Director MacArthur. I might just add that 11.3 is the KCA request. So if there's specific ones there, maybe we can ask Coordinator Del Duca. Nailed it. Working on this. Any other questions or comments regarding the full consent item for the FAP committee? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving along to the items pulled. So Mayor McQueen, if we do it in the numerical order, sorry, I will go to Councillor Allen, who pulled number 22. I'm going to scroll on my list here. So Councillor Allen, to you.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. So 22, 23, 24. Seems like a lot of porta potties for a one-day event or a half-day event, whatever it is. Adds up to about $3,000. And one that I didn't pull, 28, that I just comment on, is another 12 meetings for the planning of the car show, $840. And I don't see a request for a waiver of fees for the venue for that day either, which would be another $1,000. It's a lot of money for one organization for one day. I don't have as much a problem with the waiver of fees, but the municipality is going to put out $3,000 for porta potties that if the morning of it pours rain, we're still on the hook for, regardless of whether, I don't know how many people are expected to attend, but 14 porta potties can handle a lot of people. I think I say this, and I used to be on this committee and I got off it because I think that this is getting way out of hand. I just lost my train of thought. No, oh, I know. If there's a lot of items in here that says for fundraising. So why aren't we charging the fee for the venue? And then if it's $300, the first $300 they can keep. And then the rest is the fundraising. Why should the taxpayers of Grey Highlands pay for all these things in the name of a fundraiser? We'd be better to just cut a check to Rockland for $2,500, and I know we don't get the joy of the event, but it's, as I say, this is getting out of hand that we're paying like that's probably $5,000 that the municipality is covering, some in cash, some in waiver of fees. How much money at the end of this do they have to give back to the community? I asked about Kimberley's requests, and I think all of council would have got the email. Well, there's with the delegation, it may change, but $11,000 worth of requests.
I just might stop you. We can keep that conversation to 11.3 when we get to the KCA.
But there's,
I understand your point though.
There's still some, I guess we've already approved them. I'll leave that part until 11.3. I guess I want more information on why they need 14 porta potties for a one-day event.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. I do appreciate your questions, and this is an increase in request for number of porta potties that they had requested in the past. I believe they had 200 plus cars, probably there the last couple of years. So if you think of the 200 plus cars, their drivers and their significant other who may come with them, plus all the other individuals who come, the Father's Day car event probably brings, I would think, close to 1,000 people through Rockland on that particular day. That doesn't necessarily mean that 14 is the right number of porta potties, just more of trying to help understand the number of people who do come. But when it comes to your actual request for questions, so for clarity, Director MacArthur, I may go to Coordinator Del Duca just as he works with the group to maybe understand that request for the number of porta potties. The other thing I would just clarify is that the Father's Day Car Show is declared a significant community event, and so that's why the request for the actual day rental isn't in here, as that is part of the other program we do specifically for those significant community events. But Councillor Allen, before I go to Councillor,
So
Coordinator Del
you
Duca?
say about 1,000 people. I think it's $10 to get in. There's $10,000 gate revenue. Why are they asking the municipality to pay $5,000? Why not use this as a fundraiser? The $5,000 over and above what they pay the municipality can be the fundraising part, and they can put money into the hall, guaranteed into the hall. This way, as I say, spend $3,000 for Wilton's to bring porta potties, and it could be thunder and lightning and no show. I have a big problem with this.
I fully respect your question and your comments there, Councillor Allen. Obviously, no staff member has an answer to them. But Coordinator Del Duca, can you speak to the change in request from the number of porta potties in the past to this request today?
Yes, excuse me, through you, Chair. Over the past few years, they said they've seen a significant growth in attendance, and as we know, that number, I can't justify the number of porta potties. It's the group's choice, but they have seen a significant growth in the past few years, and they feel that it's necessary and required.
To that answer, Coordinator Del Duca, do you have a recollection of how many porta potties were requested last year?
Yeah, last year was 8.
It was 8 regular porta potties and then 2 accessible, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So 10 porta potties in total last year, Councillor Allen. With the FEP request, these are recommendations to council. Council can change the request. You're more than welcome to amend the motion if that's what you wish to do. I'm just, before I go to you, Councillor Allen, I'm just making sure Councillor Allen's done his questions and then I can continue on. You're good? Okay. Councillor Elwood, thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen, through you. I mean, the community grant program was recently modified and approved by council. This event qualifies under the different criteria. There are different funding categories within that. So any cash contribution is a 50-50 cost sharing up to $3,000. Category 2, the event funding support, rentals up to $3,000, and there's another category 3, which I believe is the municipal staff report, up to $250. So from speaking as a member of the FAP committee, I mean, it qualified under that and met those guidelines. It also is in line with the goals of the community grant program too. So it almost sounded to me that you were not questioning just this event, but the program itself. So speaking on behalf of a member of as a member of the FAP committee, you know, I believe that the event qualified, met the criteria, and fell within our budget guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Elwood. Any other questions or comments specifically on 22? Councillor Lohan.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. Just for my clarity, the arena and hall are open and our washrooms are also open to the public, correct?
So a comment from staff on that one is that there is concern that if we had all the general public use the septic, that could be a bit more than it's used to accommodating. And so it is suggested even by staff that we have porta potties on site in addition to the washrooms that would be inside the facility. Councillor Wiggins, and then I'll go to Councillor Allen.
All right, I'm gonna make a suggestion that we kind of meet somewhere in the middle, that we grant them the same number of porta potties that they had last year, so that would be like 8 and 2. I believe that's these porta potties, they're up to 200 uses a piece, so like that'd be for 1,000 people. Everybody that visits would have to go to the washroom twice to put them at the max, so I'm gonna make that suggestion. We knock it down to 8 regulars and 2 wheelchair accessible.
So specifically, we're on FAP 2025-22, which is the request for the 10 portable toilets. So the amendment would be moved by Councillor Wickens to move that to 8 requests. Oh, I thought I was doing pretty good, Clerk Van Alstyne, go ahead.
You are doing amazing. But there's actually no motion on the floor right now. So it's not an amendment. We need to put forward a motion. So the motion could be that council approve a request from the Friends of the Rockland Arena for the provision of 8 portable toilets and 2 accessible toilets for a total cost of, and I haven't done the math.
But do we want, so just for clarity, for procedurally, we're specifically dealing with number 22 because we're doing them one off. If we make one motion, then it would override the next 3 total requests, right? Because all 3 are requests for, well, there's 2 requests for porta potties and then 1 request for hand wash stations.
Hand wash stations, yeah.
Through you, Chair, it would be cleaner if we did them individually, but it's at the will of council.
Okay. So to you, Councillor Wickens, your choice. Do you want to move one motion with?
Yeah, also, to make it clean, I will move, which one are we talking about?
22.
2022. That we reduce that to 8 portable toilets.
Okay.
We'll do that, okay?
At a cost of 8 times 160. Do I have, there you go. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Allen? So that is the motion that's on the floor now. Any questions or comments regarding the motion that's on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. So we'll move along. Councillor Wickens, I'll still give you the floor if you want to move your next motion, which would be towards FAP 2025-23.
23, I would move that we reduce that to 2 accessible portable toilets.
Okay, that's an easier math, 440. Seconded by Councillor Lowhead. Any questions or comments on that one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Councillor Allen, for clarity, before I hand you the mic for 2024, for 24, I believe it was 2 hand wash stations in the past. And if I'm incorrect on that, Coordinator Del Duca, please feel free to appear on screen and correct me. Don't see him appearing on screen. Councillor Allen. You want to hold this or you're...
I like clean hands. So. We have a doctor in the house that I'm sure likes clean hands too. So I'll leave that one alone. But I think every time we have this discussion, we think, or I think anyways, we think we should look at this again. Our director did comment that it needs perhaps some fine tuning. So perhaps before the next intake, it's maybe not just fine tuning, maybe some course tuning. Yeah, I think this is getting out of hand, and I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but this is taxpayer money, and so I'll leave 24 alone. Sure, I'll make the motion as written.
So Councillor Allen will move FAP 2025-24 that council approve the request for the Friends of the Rockland Arena for the provision of 4 portable hand washing stations for the Father's Day Classic Car Show at a cost of $500. Seconded by Councillor Wickens.
And Councillor Lowe had his
Yeah.
hand, is that okay? You're good? All right,
Okay.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Wiggins. Any questions or comments on the hand washing station? Mayor McQueen,
Just a question of what was it last year?
2 hand wash stations.
Well, I don't know. Do we need 4? I don't know. Like I mean, anyway, I asked that question.
So Councillor Allen answered that question by saying he's a fan of clean hands and with the doctor in there. So that the comment is clean hands are good.
Yeah, but it's like leading a horse to water. Not everybody washes their hands, which drives me nuts, but that's.
Councillor.
And also they have finite uses too, so, you know, if everybody comes and washes their hands twice. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lowhead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My comments were actually going to be to Councillor Allen's comments, so perhaps we should move the motion first and then I can make a comment after.
I think I'm on the same page as you, Councillor Lowhead. Or maybe we're on opposite pages. Okay, so the motion is on the floor to approve FAP 2025-24 as is. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. We're still in this section, Councillor Lowhead.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And so Councillor Allen said that, we need to have some fine or coarse tuning, and I think I agree. If there is a report on this car show, I haven't seen it. Perhaps it exists, but it would be helpful, I think, for council to have an idea of numbers of attendees, revenues gained, where those revenues are then distributed. I just think it would be beneficial for us in the forking out, as we say, of thousands of dollars to have some sort of report from this come back to us.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lowhead. I do believe Councillor Allen's comments were on the program as a whole, not specifically this venue or this event, but I could be wrong there. And I would just state that for the last 3 years, every year once we have the FAP discussion, we have asked staff to come back with a report on fine tuning. CEO Govin.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen, through you. Just listening to the conversation, I think that council seems to be struggling with the policy itself. So my advice to you would be to bring the policy back to a committee of the whole and have a really good discussion about how the policy is working and what improvements or changes you might like to see.
Thank you for that, CEO Govin. Councillor Alway.
And just for clarity, we did have that discussion, and there's a report in the minutes of the FAP committee on October the 16th, 2024, and we made the revisions to that program. But again, perhaps once we've gone through the funding cycle, we can look at the outcomes and look at it again, I guess.
Thank you. That's 8 times, CEO Govin. Councillor Allen.
So on that comment, there were revisions, and one was to restrict the waiver of fees to $3,000. And yet the committee has brought it back to council to make a decision on items in excess of 3,000. So if we have a policy, why are we doing that? But I'll make more comments when we get to, and 11.3, it was asked to be deferred. I would like it to come onto the floor first for discussion, and then if it's going to be deferred, but not just a motion directly to defer.
So I'm going to rein ourselves back. We are getting a little off topic because there's no topic on the floor right now. And I know I can hear clerk and CEO and my own procedural brain firing off on this one right now. So 11.1 is done. We're going to move along to 11.2. Oh, right. Sorry.
There's 2 more items.
Yes, right.
still.
My apologies. I even got off topic and distracted. Mayor McQueen, you pulled number 29. So I'll give you the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my question here is this, so the request that council approves the request from the Grey Bruce Native Seed Bank for 2,500 cash contribution to offset costs associated with the promotion and delivering of educational programs and seed stratification. I can say that word. Did the committee have any is this new? Is it new? And I'm not sure how this ties to necessarily Grey Highlands in the sense of, obviously, it's probably something that's very important, but I'm trying to catch how this ties to what we are doing and what we are through this program.
Fair enough, Mayor McQueen. I'll probably look to Coordinator Del Duca for clarity on this one. This is a brand new program. There was a seed bank, native seed bank working through our public library system last year where seeds were put in and you were able to come and collect seeds or donate seeds to the seed bank for the purposes of trying to support native indigenous plants throughout Grey Highlands, sorry. CEO Govan has her hand raised, so I may go to CEO Govan first, and then I see Councillor Alwood.
Thank you, Chair. If you go to the end of the FAP, there is a link. You go to that link, the minutes are there, and there is a full link to the application, and it explains exactly what the program is. So it is all attached to the agenda.
7.9.
Councillor Alwood.
I do.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. Further to that, I mean, it was a request through the Farm Safety Organization, Mayor McQueen, with your name attached to it, actually.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I.
And sorry, if I still have the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you. And although it's a great county program, they do mention that agricultural and farm safety is a important industry in Grey Highlands. So speaking as a member of the FAP committee, that was why I was in favor of this. Thank you.
Well,
Mayor McQueen.
Well, certainly if it came through farm safety, I sort of missed that one, but anyway, I should have but for funding, I know there is the around the heirloom seeds like oats and barley and all that kind of stuff as well. I just wonder, it creates a slippery slope on where we should be funding and where we shouldn't be funding. And I just, I know there was years back, they talked about, saving those before, what do you call it, MSO or, the modified seeds that, are those heirloom seeds? Where's that slippery slope? That's, and to the mandate of we as in the municipality, where do we stand on taxpayers' funds? That's all.
Fair point, Mayor McQueen. Like Councillor Alwood said earlier on and shared some of the portions of our FAP terms of reference and the grant program itself. This is a new program. New programs are supported up to a certain value cash contribution, I believe the $3,000 that was requested. Cost sharing. So they are required to have so much money themselves put into it as well. Mayor McQueen?
But is it specific for Grey Highlands or is it they're asking support from Grey Highlands? That's a bigger program. I'm trying to find this link that it was referred to here, so I wonder if it should be deferred.
Clerk Van Alstyne.
Thank you. In the application, it says the benefit of the grant received from the Grey Highlands municipality will immediately apply almost exclusively to residents of Grey Highlands as they are primarily volunteers and service providers for the Grey Bruce Native Seed Bank.
But it's called Grey Bruce Native Seed. It's not Grey Highlands Native Seed. I guess that's my point.
I think their point would be that if a seed is native to Grey Bruce as a geography, it's native to Grey Highlands.
I don't know.
That could be it. But the item is here. If you wish to move an alternate motion, you're more than welcome to. There's no motion on the floor right now. I remember that this time. You are the one who pulled this. Do you want to move an alternate motion, Mayor McQueen?
I'm not putting it on the floor.
Okay. Do I have anybody who would like to move a motion? Councillor Alwood.
Further discussion.
Okay, so you're moving it as is, Councillor Alwood?
As in.
Okay, so item number FAP 2025-29 is being moved by Councillor Alwood, seconded by Councillor Wickens. Any questions or comments further to this one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Moving along, Mayor McQueen, you pulled number 48 as well.
Yeah, I will put that motion on the floor. If I need to read that, council approve the request from the Pickleball Club of Grey Highlands for waiving the venue rental fees for the Fletcherton Arena at an approximate value of $900, 60 times for floor rental, times 3 hours per rental, times 5 days is a total of $900, and I'll put that on the floor.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. 48 is moved. Do I have a seconder for that one? Seconded by Councillor Allwood. Any questions or comments on the on the Greyhounds Pickleball Club's request?
So I think point of order, I think.
Point of order?
There is a.
Yep. Councillor Allen has removed himself from the table and the discussion.
I don't know if you procedurally, do you need to do it when the motion is back on the floor as well?
Nope. Once
Okay, no, that's fine.
question is over, you can slide back into place. Any questions or comments on number 48? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Right, I think I'm finally done 11.1. We're gonna move on.
Point of order, do you want to take a break? It's 10 after 11?
Yeah, sure, why not? We'll take a break till 11:20. Okay, and we're back from our recess. There's a clarification to be made. Mayor McQueen, do you want to make a clarification from our last item?
Well, I guess there was a comment made that the motion 2025-29 with regards to the Grey Bruce native seed for a request of $2,500 cash contribution. My name was suggesting that I was supporting that, which is incorrect. I was supporting the Grey County Farm Safety Association, which I am a member from this body, which doesn't give me a conflict of interest because I'm appointed to that body, right? Just to add, but that's why I questioned the whole part about the Grey Bruce native seed bank, because I had no knowledge of it up until today, or until it came out through our agenda.
Right, for clarification, when you look and follow the links, it does show that there's a different person who is the contact person, and it wasn't Paul McQueen, Secretary of Grey Bruce. It's the Grey Bruce Native Seed Bank. The person of contact is someone else. Thank you for that clarity. We are moving along to item 11.2, community grant request from the Friends of the Rockland Arena. This is a request that, as you may have noticed from the previous 60 items, that one can get mixed. And this one was unfortunately missed by the FAP committee itself. So that's why this one is here at our council table. Oh, I'm incorrect. I thought that's how the process worked. Council Clerk Van Alstyne.
Thank you. That's what 11.4 is. This one was pulled out because it had a denial and an approval in the same request,
Right.
which is not great for procedures. So that's why it's here as two separate resolutions.
I remember this one. My apologies. Thank you for that, Councilor Wickens. Okay. Clerk, sorry, so rewinding. 11.2, community grant program request from the Friends of Rockland Arena. That council deny a request from the Friends of the Rockland Arena for a cash contribution to cover insurance for the Father's Day Classic Car and Antique Show. And this is being denied. Moved by Councilor Allen? No. This is being denied because as members of CDAC, there's already insurance covering this volunteer group. So they don't need to actually request us to cover the insurance. So this is, and then there's that council direct staff to report back with further information from the Friends of the Rockland Arena on the request relative to live entertainment. And that's a second resolution. So we're looking for a mover for the first resolution. This is a little confusing. That council deny a request from the Friends of Rockland Arena for a cash contribution to cover the insurance for the Father's Day Classic Car and Antique Tractor Show. Moved by Councilor Wickens. Do I have a seconder to say no to funding insurance? Moved by Councilor Allen. He's so excited about this one. Any questions or comments? Councilor Lohan.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. I was just wondering if I can get a little bit more information on how this insurance then is working.
Because Friends of the Rockland Group and the Father's Day Classic Car Show is a significant community event, the volunteers that are involved in the organization and the event itself is covered by our insurance policy. So then we don't need to have doubled insurance. That's why we're denying.
Thank you. And that's true for every community group and every significant community event?
That is true for all the community groups that are part of CDAC. So our CDAC organization, by having community groups part of our CDAC, helps them be covered under our volunteer insurance program.
Thank you.
Councilor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Also in the criteria for the program, under ineligibility, it mentions that any special event related insurance coverage will not be funded under the community grant program.
Another fantastic point. Councilor Allwood. Any other questions or comments on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Section 2 of 11.2 is, or motion 2, that council direct staff to report back with further information from the Friends of the Rockland Arena on the request related to live entertainment. And that council make the decision on the request following the receipt of further information from the Friends of the Rockland Arena. And there is a report there. Coordinator Del Duca, do you have anything to add to this one?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to council. Yeah, this was discussed in the FAP meeting, and the FAP committee just asked for clarification on the dollar amount that they were asking for, and what entertainment, and if it included entertainment. I reached out to the group, And they said that amount does not, they're not asking for any entertainment. They're going to be paying for that themselves. So there, aside from the portable toilets, hand washing stations, etc., there was no further requests.
So then this motion is asking you to bring back a report on that information, which you kind of just did. And it's also making us a decision on the matter. So to this, then I guess the motion would be the council deny the request for funding for live entertainment because the community group is already doing it. Who would like to move that motion? Or Councillor Allen suggests just don't put it on the floor. Do I have a motion being moved? Nope. Moving along to 11.3. Community grant program request from the Kimberley Community Association. So, these items were all referred to this committee, to council from the financial assistance program to defer to council as a body to make the decision because of the requests far exceeding the FAP committee's guidelines. I'm trying to think, what is the motion we should put on the floor for starters? A motion to defer can be discussed, but it's only discussing the deferral date, time and such. So I think I'll accept open questions before we put a motion on the floor, much to the clerk's chagrin on this one. Mayor McQueen.
Just a question of clarity and is, I know other years, sometimes we had a budget amount and sometimes it got close to that budget amount and council or then came to council to make that decision, either go over that budget amount or when you're at your committee, we're going through this, did you have like I didn't go into the depth of the minutes, and maybe there is a running tally of that sort of thing. So I just wonder, like, and I know has been reduced and so I would presume somebody's going down the list. Just a question of clarity on this.
Sure. So the FEP program itself, the last time council had a committee of the whole on it, we reduced that the total contribution for rentals couldn't exceed $3,000. This whole Kimberley request was not discussed at the FAP meeting. It was moved quickly to defer to council for a decision. And that's kind of where it went. There wasn't a discussion in terms of the tally. The group was informed of the $3,000 limit. If you go through the minutes, the request from KCA is in the minutes that went to staff to where staff compiled the full request from them.
Well,
go ahead.
So you didn't quite answer my question about the running total, but from that, I think from our delegation, it was sort of made that there's maybe some errors in what was being requested from, I think he said introduced himself as a president, right? So that was something that was brought forward earlier on today. So maybe, I guess the thing is, are these, according to his comments, maybe these aren't current, as he was mentioning in his delegation.
Coordinator Del Duca, do you have any comments on, I guess, the president's comments about some of these requests not being valid? When I went through and you move ahead to the Kimberley Community request, it shows all their requests are there, including the gardening and the thing. It's all inside their request. So do you have any comment on maybe the communication between yourself and the KCA regarding a limit or no limit on rentals or venue rentals waiver fees?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the rest of the council. Yeah, I had many discussions with them prior to the intake about the new cap on venue rentals and cash. I based the FAP agenda or the requests on what was in the spreadsheet attached to their application. So from my point of view, I'm just putting in what I was given from the KCA in regards to what they were asking for. The significant community undertakings, I believe they have one or two. They weren't included as they didn't need to be. But I just put in basically what I was given.
Thank you for that, Coordinator Del Duca. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen, for you. My concern at the FAP committee meeting was that, this request is a note attached to it, that the waiver of rental fees is, $11,000, that they've already, used $2,600. So, the intake period is, I think, from January 1 to the end of March. The FA committee hadn't ruled on anything. They've used $2,600 of the $3,000 max. I felt this needs to come back to council for a number of reasons. One, why would a request for, far exceeds the guidelines come before the committee for consideration? And to my concern that, they've almost maxed out the rental fees before any approval process from the committee. Again, it's just to get it back in front of council. I didn't think that the FAP committee should be making any rulings other than perhaps assigning $400 of waiver fees that was remaining in the budget at that time. And, it's a bigger issue with the KCA. And obviously the information we received today in open forum has shed some light on it, but there was just something amiss with this application in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Elwood. I guess my question is directed to Coordinator Del Duca. When the FAP committee, when these requests were coming in, Director MacArthur wasn't in her position. And so I think it's hard to put Director MacArthur on the spot who may not have all the background information. To Coordinator Del Duca, I guess the one question is, what communication was brought back to KCA regarding the size of their request? And two, just for clarity on the terms of reference in the FAP, is there a limit on venue rental waivers and what that limit is in the policy itself?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Yes, so there is the cash limit in the budget for the community grant program, but I believe historically there was no limit. Well, there was no limit on in-kind venue rentals as well. So we're basing the community grant program on the dollar amount of the budget for support and cash requests. The other question regarding the KCA, there was a delay in, of course, getting the agenda or the applications to the FAP committee this year, unfortunately. And the FAP committee did speak to getting an earlier deadline next year so that all the items are brought to them before 2026, like you mentioned earlier in the meeting.
And then just one more thing, just for clarity for council. KCA is saying that while they have, there's perhaps in their request venue rentals that may not be used, are staff able to confirm whether or not a rental is used? Do we have a login system that tracks when a code was used or anything like that? Just for clarity for the council.
We don't. We can't. Unsure about having a log system to check the log on the electronic keypad. However, as we do with some other groups that have requested rentals, I do keep in contact with them, and I have been contacted by the KCA recently, notifying me of some rentals they haven't used, in which I removed from their list of bookings going back previous months. So we're in contact with the groups always, making sure that their bookings are up to date and no rentals are just sitting stale and we think they're using them.
Okay, thank you for that, Coordinator Del Duca. Okay, so there's no motion on the floor. If someone would like to move a motion that can be discussed, that'd be fantastic. Councillor Lohan.
I was going to move to defer as requested.
So moving this. Yeah, I'm just trying to think procedurally. Councillor Allen was hoping to have a discussion on the items itself. If the motion is deferred, then the conversation stops. Then the conversation is just on the deferral, and this all gets brought back whenever the deferral date lands. Councillor Lowhead,
If Councillor Allen would like to speak to it before the deferral, I'm happy to.
hold off?
Yeah, hold off.
Okay. Councillor Allen,
Thank you. I think we need to make the motion to have something to defer. I don't think we can just defer something that's on paper.
defer. Procedurally, Clerk Fennelstein, can we just defer 11.3 as a motion, or do we have to bring a motion on the floor first?
We can defer the entirety of 11.3 if that's the wish of council. If not, we would have to put a motion on to say approve or deny. It would have to be moved and seconded, and that motion would carry through to the next agenda. So it depends on how you wish to handle it.
Right, thank you for that clarity. Councillor
I'll
Allen?
maybe just make a few comments. So as I said earlier, I'm not sure why this even came to council when they should have, the group should have approved the 3,000 and that's the end of it. The KCA isn't even a committee of council, I don't believe. And the wording in a lot of the requests is for fundraisers. But I reached out to the treasurer, and I think all of council got the report that the KCA has not given money to the municipality since 2019 when they contributed towards the elevator. So the fundraisers are for the KCA, not to benefit the municipality financially. I think this type of thing for waiver of venue fees for fundraisers, the fee should be paid and the group just keeps that fee. And then the rest of it is fundraiser. Like, I think fundraiser, the word fundraiser is being overused. They're social events and they get the and I'm not just picking on the KCA here, I'm broadly. The word fundraiser is used, but there's no worry as to whether they make money or not because they've got the venue free and they've got cash donations for this and porta potties are paid for and insurance is paid for. That isn't a fundraiser. That's a social event. And if an event doesn't make money, then why have it? The taxpayers, there's one in there for a golf tournament, and I believe the money goes to the hospital. Great cause. But we've already given, I believe, $1.2 million to the hospital and giving a further 180,000 through the Ram Rodeo. The taxpayers can only take so much. Like, it's one last time, this is out of hand. And whether this gets deferred or not today, I will not be supporting any of these further requests. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Allen. It is when we look at the Markdale Hall or Markdale Arena and the number of different organizations that request different things. We support the CHC and then they rent for programming. I do look at what the KCA is doing and it is providing programming to the residents on a lot of different cases. Is that programming advertised and open to everybody? Is the programming advertised to the local community and then Kimberley is a different question. But if you look at like their request isn't just for, they have requests to waive venue rental fees for Pilates and yoga, and they have requests to waive rental fees for gardening, and the gardening club does gardening work around the building. And so it's been argued in the past that while the KCA is a name that's the banner community group, there's a lot of different requests that kind of fall under it. It is a challenge to try to figure out the best solution to the FAP committee. We've had committee of the wholes the last 2 years on this program. We, in honest, myself, removed funding from this program to try to limit the requests that come in and then the funding that goes out to it. It is a hard program when we look at the number of requests that come in every year and trying to balance those with our responsibilities to be fiscally responsible to all the taxpayers of Grey Highlands. So those are my comments just in response to yours. Are there any other comments? Member Queen, you did have your hand up and to ask for clarity.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My clarity was from what Coordinator Del Duca said was regards, it was the understanding that there was no limit on in-kind rentals. Is that now rolled into all the 3,000 is including in-kind? Because obviously that's what it sort of shows here. Clarity on that.
Thank you for that, Member Queen. It's a great question. I was under the assumption that there was a limit to venue rentals. So Coordinator Del Duca, can you just bring clarity?
Yeah.
It sounded like you said there was no limit in the FAP requests for venue rentals, but we thought there was.
No, through you, Chair. Yes, sorry if I wasn't sorry, clear on that. There is a limit for each group of $3,000 for venue rental fees. Yes, it doesn't come out of the community grant budget per se because there's no that's for cash requests.
So for clarity, Mayor McQueen, a group is allowed cash requests up to $3,000 provided they're providing their own cash towards the event as well. But 2,500, sorry. But any of group is allowed to request up to $3,000 worth of in-kind rentals. That doesn't actually cost the municipality money. It just limits how much money we're bringing in. Mayor McQueen?
Not to get in depth today, but I think we do need to review this at a future date. I think as Councillor Allen is saying that this is not a committee of council, it's a separate committee. There's a membership. It's its own group. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we need because we see just previously on the motion that we supported a lot of the community groups that they are either committee of council. Well, some of them are the Egg Society, which have an inherent use of that facility. Anyway, I don't want to get into a lot of depth, but I think we do need to go back through and look at this policy again, because I think there's a lot of scenarios that maybe we just haven't totally thought of, and where do we want to draw that line? Or if that, I will say on the other side, and this goes back to maybe community development, and I'm looking at a new director, is there is some value in community events that with regards to economic or tourism, and I maybe there's a separate checkbox that checks that box off. Okay, this is a community event that's bringing people into Grey Highlands for an event that spend money, stay and all that kind of stuff. So I think we have to sort of go back and look at that and because of, I would say, going back to the previous motion with regards to the Rockland car show, it brings in a lot of people into our community, which exposes them. I mean, I don't know if there's an ice cream place now in Rockland, which is not there, but it does bring people into our community that spends money and expose. So there is that value, and maybe we need to go back and check box. I'll stop there, but I think maybe you're good.
To that, Mayor McQueen, we do have the significant community events program, which is separate from the community grant program. So council did in the last, year separate out those two things. So the fall fairs, the Rockland Father's Day car show, the Flushton Fling, the Canada Day event in Priceville, those are all significant community events that do not need to come to Grey Highlands FAP committee to ask for funding. They are automatically funded with a separate pool of money. So those events already exist. The FAP is for other types of events.
So following up on that, sure, maybe we need to look at that, because you could look at is 11.3 on the floor?
Right now, there's no.
Well, it's on the agenda, so you could look at a 3-day Christmas Carol. I don't, these are events as well, and it's just, I think we need to review that more specifically, because we don't want to say, okay, that's allowed, this isn't allowed, but somebody could argue, well, it is an event, it is significant. So I'm gonna stop there.
Okay, I won't even bother. Council Alwyn.
The goals and objectives of this community grant program are attached to the FAP minutes. Every one of these requests from the Kimberly group qualifies under those goals and objectives, to my mind, as a member of that committee. The concern is that, you know, it's $11,000 when there's clearly a limit. And there was already 2,600 plus hours used before the FAP committee got to see any of this stuff. You know, the community grant program budget in whole does include the MOUs, does include the significant community events, and does include requests under the FAP program to support it. So, you know, the value that each of these requests brings is, you know, meets the criteria within the goals and objectives of the program. You know, what the committee is doing is trying to make sure we stay on budget and making some decisions, but this one was needs to be addressed. There's
So one last comment I'll make before we'll put a motion on the floor to get going. There is, as part of the notes to this application 11.3, is that currently there's over $2,600 have already been used. If we defer this until July 12th, does council support the venue rentals between now and then to just continue? So they will be over the $3,000 before we actually get to the discussion of this topic. If it's deferred, that's just a comment to council to be considered as we're moving forward with this item. So I'm gonna look for a motion so we can have a solid conversation. There's two options. Move the motion to defer now that was requested during open forum. Move the items as a consent agenda and then we can pull them because there's a number of different requests similar to the way the FAP itself worked. That maybe we pull them and work this KCA request as a consent if council wants to deal with the KCA requests today. Looking for anybody who wishes to move on.
Should do a committee of the whole.
I wouldn't suggest deferring this item to a committee of the whole. But
Not for more than 20 minutes.
you're right. Councillor Allen, and then I'll go to Councillor Lohead.
I would make a motion that we limit it to $3,000.
So to that point though, Councillor Allen, there's a number of different requests with different timelines, with different purposes. Just blanket limiting it to 3,000 either does two things. One, leaves it to staff to decide when what items are being processed, or they would be cut off as of when their $3,000 ends, which would be sometime in the next probably 3 weeks.
That's,
What you're thinking?
yeah, if they've used $2,600, they have another $400. So when that's used up, that's it. We made a policy.
Sure.
Like, we're famous for making policies and breaking it. You've said it yourself. The next meeting, we break it.
Yep.
Stick to the policy. If we do it for Kimberly, we have to do it for Feversham and Rockland and.
Okay. So to Councillor Lohead, who's thinking of moving a deferral, you can defer a motion that gets put on the floor. So if the motion is to set it to 3,000, it can get deferred. So I'll see if Councillor Allen gets a seconder for the idea to move the motion that the KCA is limited to the $3,000 as laid out in the community grant program period. And that KCA is informed of that limit. Does that sound pretty close to what you wish to move, Councillor Allen? I'm sure Clerk Van Alstyne did a better job of wording that than I just did. And I will look for a seconder for Councillor Allen's motion before going ahead anywhere else.
point of clarity.
Point of clarity, go ahead.
That $2,600 number was back at the time of the FAP meeting. Time has elapsed. I mean, can staff tell us what they may have used to date, or
so what I'll do
we may have already exceeded the.
I'll still look for a seconder for the motion, and then we can get clarity on that one from, because I don't think the answer to that clarity changes the motion. Do I have a seconder for the motion to limit KCA to $3,000? Councillor Wilkins?
Could I have the clerk read the motion back?
Clerk Van Alstyne, do you want to read your better version of the motion?
Just for clarity through the mover, When you're saying to limit to $3,000, is that until further discussion or is that limit to $3,000? Okay, I just wanted to be clear. That's how I have it written, but I wanted to make sure. So the motion is that council limit the venue rental requests from the Kimberley Community Association to $3,000 as allocated in the community grant program.
Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wickens. That is a motion that is now on the floor. Any questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Mayor McQueen.
Clarity.
Sorry, before I go to you, Mayor McQueen, I did have a question of clarity from Councillor Alwood that I'll look to get clarity from now. Coordinator Del Duca, can you tell us whether or not the KCA is now over that $3,000 limit?
Through you, Chair, to the committee or to the council, sorry. Yes, you're looking at about $3,200 right now, if there's a hard stop on today.
So just a question for further clarity, Coordinator Del Duca. You had mentioned that you had been in talks with KCA recently over rentals that they quote didn't use. Are those being subtracted from the totals that are existing in the number you just gave us?
Yeah.
So they're still at the 3,200, even taking into account those subtractions.
Sorry, another
Thank
point
you
of
for
clarity.
that. Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Lohead, point of clarity.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen, and thank you, Coordinator Del Duca. How complete is that list of rentals that weren't used? And do you know?
Coordinator Del Duca.
It's through you, Chair, to council. As far as I know, it should be pretty accurate. I believe I spoke to Carlos 2 weeks ago, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor McQueen, my apologies for cutting you off, but that was just getting the point of clarity. So Mayor McQueen.
Okay, but it says here that, thank you, Mr. Chair, that hall rental waivers are approximately $2,600 an additional 400 rentals, but I thought there was no limit on the rentals part. And furthermore, on 7 and 8, I mean, it's a request for 12 board meetings and then 24 garden meetings from the same group. It's too bad they couldn't combine those two meeting times together. But so I need clarity on that because there's a bit of a conflict on that.
We did get clarity from Coordinator Del Duca that there is a limit to the number of venue rental waivers of $3,000. There is a different limit of $2,500 in cash.
Cash, okay. But further on that, so then obviously, okay, I'm looking at rental units. So number 7 and number 8 is your rental descriptions. Others are venues, venue.
Venue or venue rental request.
Right, so of that, so obviously it's $70 times 12, so it's $70 per meeting. So if you divide it 70 into $3,200, then whatever that is the number of meetings that they've had so far.
So to answer your Mayor McQueen, if you look through all the requests, the very first request that council that's under the KCA is waiver of venue rental fees for Kimberley Hall for 52 Bridge Club event.
Oh, yeah, right.
Then there's a request for 3-day Christmas Carol event. Then there's a request.
That's not a venue. That's a venue, but that's not a rent. That's not a meeting. That's not a meeting request.
No, but they're all different requests for waiving the rental of the hall. Every one of these, there's a few cash requests in there, but most of these are requests to
have they even
use the club.
But have they, okay,
Sorry.
so obviously a 3-day Christmas Carol event hasn't happened. Well, for the event with the Friends of the Library, I don't know. The one with the fundraising event, Prime Day, I don't know.
But what we're saying is, to date, they've used 3,200.
Yeah.
And Councillor Allen's motion is just to cut them off at 3,000. So we would essentially say, any rentals that go beyond this date that you have booked, you're gonna have to start paying.
So
You've been cut off.
So further that, then if there was no indication that there was a limit, and now there's a limit, I can understand that there's a bit of a oops.
My understanding is that this organization, KCA, was informed that there's a $3,000 limit prior to their application.
I think we need to defer to have a delegation.
And the motion to defer can come up. Councillor Lohan.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. Mayor McQueen just articulated what I was about too, which is there was a request to defer till after delegation to clarify exactly these questions. So I think that the discussion we're having right now is fairly moot until the delegation comes forward and brings the clarity that we require to have a fulsome discussion.
Did you want to move a motion to defer? Clerk Van Alstyne?
Before we move a motion to defer, there's a motion on the floor. So if we defer right now, we're deferring only this motion. I
Which
just
the-
want to be clear.
And the motion is currently to limit them to $3,000, full stop, as per the program. Which to me, deferring that still brings up the conversation around it, and then whether or not that motion then fails or passes after the discussion with the group.
I think my point was if you want a $3,000 hard stop and you defer that, that $3,000 hard stop is not in place.
Yes,
That's
Yeah.
why I wanted to make sure that we understood what we were deferring at this point.
right.
Just on that,
Mayor
then I
McQueen?
think maybe there needs to be an additional point made that until the delegation appears in front of council, that there should be no more meetings. So, what I mean? I mean, it needs to be in the motion that, okay, whoa, here. Okay, so you don't get down to 36 or 38 or 4,000 or whatever. I just throw that out for council's comment, but if you say, okay, but it continues on, you need to send some direction that say, look, it's deferred to come in front and speak at council, but you just can't carry on the practice. If the motion on the floor is a stop $3,000, I think there needs to be it stop. And furthermore, there needs to be communication that no more meetings are to be held as a credit until the delegation appears in front of council. And I want to say that is because it could continue on without communicating. We need to communicate something. I just
So-
throw that out for conversation.
Just before I go to CEO Governor, I have a quick question of clarity for Clerk Van Alstyne. The motion itself provides that there's a hard $3,000 limit as per the program. So if that motion passes, so say the motion on the floor carries, the delegation happens July 12th or July date. Post that delegation, there's different direction from council to allow more, then that would be notice of reconsideration. Just making sure we all understood that. Clerk, CEO Governor.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the meetings don't have to stop. They can still book the hall. They just have to pay the rental.
And another point that might be made is we have a discount for rentals, just like our ice rentals. If a community group rents X number of dates and time and pre-books, then there is a discount in place for that. So, Councillor Allwood.
A question of clarity. So does council need to give staff any direction? The program's in place. There's a $3,000 limit. So we could defer the motion that's on the floor and staff would still proceed with saying, if you're booking the hall, you're paying for it at this point. Thank you for that clarity. Sorry.
Clerk Van Alstyne?
That's correct, but they would also have to pay for everything that they've used to date. Because nothing has been approved through the community grant program at this stage. So they would have to pay for everything from January 1st on.
I would, so in talking with staff, my understanding would be because the FEP allows up to $3,000, they could be off the hook to that $3,000. And then they're you're deferring, so support.
I apologize. There has to be a motion because the FAP committee did not move a motion to approve it, and neither has council. So at this point, they have applied to the grant, but nobody said yes. So there has to be some sort of motion or they're on the hook for all of their venue rental fees to date.
But what would, so Clerk Van Alstyne, I appreciate your understanding of that. If we defer the motion, then there's just a continuation of no decision. They keep using the hall, whether they start paying or not paying. The bill would come due whenever the decision gets made, and that may come in July. So they wouldn't have to pay anything now to cover the rentals they've already used. Once the decision is made is when the bill is due. So if the decision is made in July 12th that we allow them to have the $11,000 worth of rentals, they won't have to pay anything. If the decision is made after the July delegation that they are limited to 3,000, anything they've used between you know, anything above and beyond the 3,000 they have to pay for. If the delegation, if post the delegation, it says, council says, you know, the KCA gets no free rental fees, then they'd have a big bill due. Councillor Allen, am I confusing everybody more?
Not confusing, but how many groups do we allow to use the building without billing?
So this particular year, a lot of groups, because the KCA, the FAP program didn't come to us till now.
But it's
So there's,
it's with us now and we have the decision to make.
Yep.
If $3,000 was put in place.
Yep.
Why are we discussing this?
Yep.
They knew what it was. They carried on using it for everything, I'm assuming, that they had booked for the first 5 months. They had to know that if it wasn't approved, they'd be out of free rentals. To me, we have to pass something today and then listen to the, I don't even know why we need to, well, we can listen to the delegation, but what's it going to change? They've already used it. So obviously the ones, they said there's historical ones they don't do anymore, and I forget what else, but they have used them. So the January to May, they've legitimately used
$3,200.
$3,200 worth of events that cannot be disputed because they used them. Let's make a decision. Let's stand behind the policy we make.
Councillor Elwood, I'm going to let you have the final say, and then we've, I think, beaten this one pretty good.
Yep, thank you, Chair Nielsen, through to address Councillor Allen's concern. There is a policy in place, $3,000 in rental. Staff will bill people for hours beyond that. So we don't have to make that decision unless we want to change it. I think that this seems to be, to the best of my knowledge, the only group that this is an issue from. The fact that the intake period goes from January to the end of March, we have committees of council that use our facilities that meet every month. You know, so they start in January, but you know, it's the timing and the decision of the FAP committee. It doesn't become an issue except when you get groups requesting $11,000 worth of free rentals, and to the best of my knowledge, this is the only group that's there. So again, I hope to hear what the president has to say on in July, but I'm not sure it's going to change our policy at that point. That they're going to have to pay for programs and hall rentals.
So 2 things to that. One is the process was changed this year. This year is a new intake date. The premise was that this intake date was going to go from March until March of 2026. So we have that intake date from January to March, and then it was going to run from the request now should be what you request up until March of next year. So there'll be a carryover over the budget period, and then covered to allow for the budgetary decisions. So that's to the timeline. To Councillor Allwood's point about staff can then implement, as Clerk Van Alsten has said, with no decision even on whether or not they are allowed the $3,000. Staff currently are in a little bit of limbo because do they go back and charge them? Council hasn't approved a $3,000 waiver for this group at all. So staff are in a little bit of limbo of when to start charging them, when not to charge them, how much are we charging them? Are they getting a discount for a bulk, right? So I think it's a little difficult to just say if we don't make a decision today, staff know what they're doing. I think staff are a little confused there too. I did say that like we've had a pretty round discussion on this, and I did also see Councillor Wickens' hand go up and Councillor Allwood's hand go up for point of clarity. The question on the floor right now is council giving a $3,000 hard stop to the KCA? So unless there's a motion to defer that's brought forward, that's the question that's on the table, and I'm going to call that question now. Seeing no further motions, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of implementing a $3,000 hard stop? For clarity, perhaps get Clerk Van Alsten to read the motion, as we did have good discussion, and then I'll call it. I'll just get clarity on the motion first.
Through you, Chair, that council limit the venue rental request from the Kimberley Community Association to the $3,000 as allocated in the community grant program.
So that's the motion that's on the floor. That's what we're gonna call right now.
Well, slight amendment, could we as to our policy? Does it say that?
As allocated in the community grant
Okay,
program.
okay, as long as it's,
It says it in the policy, so
Point of order, wasn't there a motion on the floor? Did Councillor Allen already make a motion?
that is the motion that's on the floor. That's the motion.
Thank you.
And that's what we're gonna call right now. All those in favor of that motion that's on the floor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Right? Yeah.
there's a follow-up to that, Mr. Chair.
Mayor McQueen?
But there still can be a delegation in July and council can add to it, like there could be changes.
So as we just heard from the clerk, any changes now to what we are waiving? It
Reconsideration,
should be a reconsideration, which would require 2/3 of council support.
but that can still happen.
That can still happen. Yep, there, we still have a delegation coming forward. So item 11.3 is done. I think that was 11.3. 11.4, community grant program submission from Feversham Egg Society. That council received report CASD 25-2006, Feversham Egg Society CGP request for information, and the council approve or deny the request from venue rental waiver for 2 ladies' night rentals at an approximately value of $770 through the community grant program. This is the one that was missed during the committee meeting, and our apologies. Can I get a mover or a seconder to put that on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wickens, seconded by
Moved as approve or deny.
Councillor Wickens?
I have a question.
Clerk's gonna
I have
kill
a
me for
question.
putting another questions out there before we get a motion on the floor, but go ahead.
Well, I want my question asked before I make a motion to approve or deny. Hey, all right. I just want to ask Rob, how much money that the Ag Society has asked for in the community grant program?
Thank you very much for clarity, Coordinator Del Duca. If we add this 770, do they exceed the limits? Are they within the limits? And how much have they requested in total?
Thank you, Chair, through you to Councillor Wickens and the rest of council. No, they have not exceeded their limit. They have requested, bear with me for one moment, approximately $2,300 in venue rentals.
Does that include the 770 or not include the 770?
Through you, Chair to council, it includes it.
So the math was done because it came to the FAP, but it was missed. So we're looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Wickens?
I will approve to approve.
Councillor Wickens motion to approve the request. We have a seconder. Mayor McQueen is gonna second. Any questions or comments on this item? Mayor McQueen?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So somewhere back in our history, quickly, that the ag societies are allowed to use those facilities every year. I would hope that's not included in the FA people. It's not, okay, so that's the one clarity of that. And, no, I guess that's one part I wanted to raise, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Elwood?
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarity. I mean, it was missed, but it was never on our agenda at the FPA, so that the submission came in time. It just didn't make it on the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, FAP would like to defend itself and say this one wasn't our fault. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Elwood?
My concern was that it made the deadline for the submissions, and it did, and
Mayor McQueen?
I think it should be noted, this is probably a request, they only have had always one ladies' night. But it is, always has been a fundraiser event that raises, and I'm not sure, obviously that raised money will go back into the Ag Society, that part. I guess the point I'm raising here is it's not a social event, it is a fundraiser. And I think somewhere when we get back to talking about is if events that we're waiving are fundraisers that go back into your community, it's a little different than just maybe.
Social events.
Yeah, that's my point.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. Motion is on the floor to approve this request. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to, shall we do 11.5? Yeah, and then we can go lunch.
There's one more request there. For the
11.5, right?
Oh, my apologies, my is out of order.
We all make mistakes.
I'll move that motion.
Made a few already this time.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that motion 11.5.
All right, Mayor McQueen is moving 11.5, seconded by Councillor Allwood. That we make the change to recognize a sign size allowance from 4x8 to 8x8. Mayor McQueen, comments?
Yeah, I want to thank staff for the expediency of this. I know that it was something that I did raise from a conversation at our town hall. And I know timing is of the essence because it's coming up. Obviously, it's for a year advertising, but I just want to thank everybody involved to getting this back on the agenda.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Mayor McQueen, my time is done. I was not as efficient as I try to be. Chair is yours.
It's all good, Deputy Mayor. I mean, we had discussion. That's why we're here to have that discussion, right? So I would say we take a break for lunch. There's nothing pressing on as far as in camera, as far as time. So I'm going to say we take to 12:55. That
I
work?
agree. Save us the 5 minutes. I agree. Carried.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had an enjoyable lunch. Moving on to carrying on where we left off. Moving on to section 12 of our agenda, environmental services. So Councillor Dubik is not here, so I guess I'll continue on with her section. So we have that council received report ENV 2510, water and wastewater growth projections and reserve history for information. Would somebody care to put that on the floor? Councillor Allwood, do you have a seconder? Councillor Allen, any discussion on that? Bit of information there for a good read, I guess you want to call that. Any discussion? I don't know if there's nothing really. It's not moving something forward, just for information. So if there's no other discussion, all in favor of that report? Opposed? Oh, that's carried unanimously. Item next section is 12.2. Waive bush fees. The council received report ENV 2511. Waive bush fees for information. Would somebody care to put that on the floor? Councillor Wickens, second by Councillor Joel. Councillor Lowhead, sorry, Councillor Lowhead. Well, you gotta make the afternoon interesting. I had too many cookies, maybe, I don't know. Councillor Lowhead, discussion on that. I think Sean did say at our agenda review that there was pretty well nothing very low coming in, and it was well used, and maybe somebody would well, I think it's the point where it's not longer what the source or the reason for that waiving those fees, right? So any discussion on that report? I think I'm glad that was there. Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, at this point, it's item 13, finance. I'll pass the chair over to you, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Item 13.1 then, the Human Resources Department report. So currently, Human Resources reports into Director McCarthy. Congratulations on that responsibility, Director McCarthy. And we have we have a motion. I'll get the motion on the floor and we can have a discussion. And the motion is the council received report HR.25.02 2024 Human Resource Department report for information. Moved by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Wickens. First of all, congratulations, Manager Groves, on your appointment and an excellent report. I was pleased to see that the WSIB excellent program is in place, and the staff training that supports that. Our FET count is in there. Sample benefit remuneration packages for staff that details the remuneration package. But I'll open the floor for discussions. I'm not sure, Manager Groves, whether you'd like to speak to the report or just.
I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Any? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair Allwood. On page 18 of the report, it does show recruitment and selection and onboarding. It shows that we did 29 job postings, but we had 35 new hires. I'm just wondering, how did we hire 35 people for 29 jobs?
Through you, Chair, to Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Some of our postings actually go out for a couple of, say, casual positions. It could be that we're hiring 2 waste diversion casual attendants, or it could be that for Parks and Rec in seasonal positions, we've got two people being hired at a time. So that's the variance.
Thank you, Manager Groves. No follow.
No problem.
Any further, Deputy Mayor?
Not a follow-up to that question. Just a comment. Happy birthday, Manager Groves.
Thank you.
Ooh. Yeah. Any further comments, questions, or discussions? Mayor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just generally, thanks for the report. It gives a little bit more of a snapshot of what's going on in that department, and our average age has gone up just a wee bit, but you can understand that. But I'm sure there's it's ever so moving in the sense of that fluctuation of new and older and experience and all that stuff. So thanks for the report.
Thank you. See no more questions, concerns, or discussions. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? That's carried unanimously. I'll turn the chair back to you, Mayor McQueen.
Uh, 17.7, please.
Shoot, good job, I didn't have that on. Okay, let me move that again. So moved by Councillor Allen, second by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, that the items on the consent agenda be approved with the exception of 17.7. Any discussion on those items? Good job, it was off. Any discussion on 6 items that are minutes, mostly minutes, marked to audit? Yeah. Well, I've seen that. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, Councilor Head, 17.7.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. So this is a letter written to Municipality of Grey Highlands from the Grey Highlands Climate Action Group, and it was placed on the agenda today by Councillor Dubik, who isn't, of course, present today. Two things. I first off would like to say that I think this is a very well-written motion. I think it speaks to a lot of the very important concerns that are coming out around Bill 5. And I think, personally, looking at Bill 5, it is in my opinion, potentially very dangerous bill, could take away rights from municipalities, as was mentioned today in open forum, could have disastrous consequences for species at risk, especially in the suspension of the Endangered Species Act. We wouldn't be alone as a municipality in passing such a motion. Other municipalities around Ontario have already come out with official opposition to this bill. So I would like to move that we adopt this resolution as written.
Okay, because right now it says for information what's on the agenda, so you are then, so is there a certain point in that resolution that sort of speaks to a motion?
The motion is the.
Yeah, the whole motion itself, yeah, so start off whereas, I'm not trying to shorten, yeah, and then therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands, number 1, 2, 3 of all those items, okay. So then, so as the Deputy Mayor said, so basically we would copy the motion and put in Grey Highlands. Okay, and you're moving that, as you said, so Deputy Mayor, you're seconding that? Discussion. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. Mayor McQueen, yourself and I were at the county council at the last county council meeting, and there was a report from staff on this one. And, part of the frustration with the Bill 5 and Bill 17 and other items that the province is moving forward is the significantly short commenting period. Bill 5 was, I think, 28 days, and Bill 17 is the same. While the commenting period for Bill 5 is done, it has been pointed out that the bill itself hasn't been ratified, and so there is still validity in commenting back. Staff at the county did express some of their concerns over the changes to the creation of the Special Economic Zones Act and how that might be affect different areas within the municipality. The Endangered Species Act being repealed and replaced by the Species Conservation Act, which I think was mentioned at our county council meeting. There'd be a changing to how much of the life cycle of endangered species is protected. It would be just the breeding grounds, not necessarily the life cycle of an endangered species. And so say the breeding of an animal happens in marshland, but their life cycle is in a more of a forested area, you wouldn't necessarily protect the forest to protect that creature because that's not the breeding grounds. And so there are some concerns with how much Bill 5 is reaching. The premise that our open forum person brought forward, which is that under this, extreme times of economic pressure, we need to bypass certain regulations and laws we've put in place to protect things, is a hard pill to swallow. I understand the goals of the province to move forward and respond to the economic pressures we're facing, and the federal government will be doing the same thing. But the reason years and years have been put forward and pushed and years of work been put in place to protect the environment and protect our species at risk and endangered species and everything is because when you ignore it, the danger is longer lasting than you see. The short-term gain is hard to predict how much damage you're going to do long-term. And so I echo Councillor Lowhead's interest in supporting this motion and hope that Greyhounds will support it in total.
Okay, other comments? So, from what we hear in the news, it's just a matter of time when it's going to be passed. But I often wonder is there solutions that could be suggested in moving forward? And sometimes, I know when we went through our zoning bylaw years and years back, you could create a checklist. So if there's certain things that trigger, then that goes here or goes here or goes here. So it's not necessarily holding back on a project, but if it meets certain criteria that can move on to the next step, whether you have to do it full EIS or scoped EIS, I guess that's what I'm thinking about. Or could there be an opportunity that a suggestion, because sometimes it's flat out, no, this goes nowhere, but if there's a suggestion of somewhere this could be put in place, that there is then checks and measures that if it's more severe or more, or not. I just put that out there because sometimes if you could come up with solutions that still can help those endangered species that are in certain habitats, may get some mention, and maybe that's, and I know our delegations have passed for AMO, but you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of that, okay, we're opposed to this, but we also have maybe a suggested solution as a check. And I only raise that because through an ES or a scoped EIS, there are ways of maybe getting halfway there or looking at, and I only throw that out to Deputy Mayor.
So just a comment to that is that's kind of the process that currently exists, right? Like, we have zones, we have areas that require an EIS, we have areas that require archaeological studies. We have areas of karst that require extra servicing. So those policies exist. The municipal zoning bylaws exist, the county zoning bylaws exist. And what the Bill 5 is saying is that we know those policies exist, but we're more interested in seeing this process move forward. So we're just going to bypass them all.
Well,
and so the reason
just interject is mentions about economic zones, right?
Yeah.
Right.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like, their premise is saying the special economic zones is going to bypass all those protections that we have in place. And the protections don't necessarily stop the economic development from happening. What it does is it just makes sure that the economic development isn't going to come at a significant cost to the environment. And so I think the reason the motion here is saying to the province that the bill itself, this sections of the bill doesn't make any sense, is because the only thing we would say to counter it is say, just leave it alone because we already have those zoning bylaws in place. And that's the hard pill to swallow here, right? The province is saying all the municipal zoning bylaws that exist all across, we know MZOs exist and there's usage of MZOs to move things forward. The province is trying to skirt around protections that we have in place for their own specific interests. And there's concern that that's overriding our own voice here at the municipal level too much. And that's why we're trying.
So all of that, I 100% understand what you're saying, and through the NEC and stuff like that. For some reason, they're not even considering it at all. And what I'm saying is I know through the Aggregate Act and places where they've installed or implemented quarries, one of the endangered species is a butternut tree. And in place, like, for example, Walker's Quarry, they couldn't, and even St. Mary's, there's a certain area that they have to go around that. All I'm saying is there a way that we can meet them halfway to sort of not go through the, obviously they're trumping that, but is there a solution that can still get into that checklist that maybe if there's a development and there's identified, so they can work around and that becomes part of the green area, you know what I mean? Like, you're saying that's in place today, but is there a simpler form that could be still in place that could try to achieve some of that without full out nothing? And that's, I just wondered if there is a solution that, like, and I understand through Bill 5, there is then consideration for the Indigenous because that came up. And so they've made some amendments on that side as well. Obviously, they're moving forward, but I just wondered if there's a way they can achieve some. I know when the Endangered Species Act came in, it was about 2009, and I remember attending some sessions on that coming in and stuff like that. So obviously, it was a big swing at that time. But I'm just thinking, is there a way? And I just put it out there. I don't even know through the conservation authorities if they've had conversations about that as well. But is there something that could work that could achieve? Like, what is it? The salamanders, that's one that you say about their habitat, but they move, right?
The act, as it was being explained to us, pardon me, at Grey County, was that the Conservation Species Act is gonna be focusing more on the specific, the breeding grounds, not necessarily the full life cycle.
Right,
of
that's what
it.
you're saying, yeah.
So,
But they move. Councilor Rohan. And then Councilor Wiggins? Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. If I can, so resolution 2 in this motion is that municipality of Grey Highlands urges the province of Ontario to support housing and infrastructure development in ways that align with sound environmental planning and wildlife protection and empower municipalities with appropriate planning tools. So, I mean, respectfully, this is in opposition to the powerful overreach as written in Bill 5 and a request to honor the framework that exists or create a new framework that allows us to support housing and infrastructure development in ways that align with sound environmental planning and wildlife protection. As written, Bill 5 appears to be not interested in that whatsoever.
Right.
A blanket powerful overreach that has the ability to leave the Endangered Species Act essentially in the hands of politicians, ministers, developers, rather than the scientists who created the act to begin with. And this is the request for opposition here. So I think that this bill as written already does, provide language to meet halfway.
Councilor Wiggins?
Yeah, I echo Councillor Lowhead's thoughts and to me too, it's just another thin edge of the wedge being shoved in to give government the power to do what it wants when it wants. No different than the stronger mayor powers. And watch out, you fascists, I'll tell you. Thank you.
Okay, any other motions on the floor? So go ahead, Councilor Wood.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor McQueen. If I can quickly, I said I would happily move it as written, but it was I mistook part 3 that a copy of this resolution be sent to also include our MPP, and it does not. So I would like to add our MPP Paul Vickers to the list of recipients.
Madam
Please.
Clerk, we can make that small adjustment. I suggest that we can make that small amendment. Wow. No, it's important. I mean, that's where it starts, right? For sure. Any other discussion on that motion? I would probably think that Councillor Dubik would be here voting, but seeing there's no other discussion, all in favor? That is carried. All right. General announcements. Holy smokes. Should only take a couple of minutes, right? Who would like to go first? Councillor Deputy Mayor.
thanks very much, Mayor McQueen. A couple of things for general announcements. One, Mayor McQueen and myself attended FCM, and I know you might have some comments yourself. So the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference was in Ottawa this year. we were, we had the presence of the Prime Minister again for I think it's the 11th year in a row. So Prime Minister Mark Carney was there in attendance in person, and gave a bit of a speech along with, sat down for a question period with the president of FCM. So that was interesting. He did speak to the idea that the federal government is looking to move motions to get into the housing game itself and a bit more supportive, with, as I quoted him to say, deeply affordable housing, as well as supply chain support. Not quite sure what that'll look like. We'll just have to wait and see what the federal government comes forward with. The conference itself is always a great way to get together, and I had 3 standout conversations with fellow municipal leaders from across Canada. One of them I was talking with Councillor Lowhead during our lunch break, and that's Mayor Davidson from Mapleton and Wellington County, and some their motions and movement on automatic speed enforcement. So there's the benefit to going and to learn from our fellow municipal leaders. And FCM is unique because it's across Canada, and while different municipalities operate differently, it's amazing how similar the issues can be across the country. So that's pretty great insights and benefit. There was one session that I sat in on, which was about municipal efficiencies and finding opportunities in things. And I admittedly say more troubled than supportive. There's a municipality that's using AI as its customer service agent. And I was kind of set back on that one. And the gentleman was explaining how they implemented and they trained the AI to be able to answer common problems and common questions. And that now when you call the municipality, you are entered into the AI system right off the bat and are dealt with through that. And if their answers can't come from the AI, then you are kicked out onto like a human will answer the phone. And I admit that I'm nervous on those things because it can, I don't know, I just have a bit of a technophobe. But it was interesting to hear how it's working and how much he explained, I think, that to date, the system and the training and everything cost them about $100,000, but that they are responding to, I think it's like 90% of the calls and infrastructure. And so they actually let go of, well, they didn't let go. They repurposed a staff person who was just for, front desk kind of thing into another department of the municipality because the efficiency of the AI. So it was kind of an interesting conference to go to excite me and scare me at the same time. And then there was a few different vendors this year that I took some notes from and some interest in some of their products that I will try to have conversations with staff later. And then just because it is a small world, one of the workers at the venue, at the vendors, actually attended our Ram rodeo. And it was funny just to kind of, when I said where I was from, they're like, hey, I was just in Feversham at the rodeo. So just wanted to bring up that comments from FCM, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I'm just gonna say, the last day, sometimes the best speakers. Did you see the fellow who presented the data from the last election from Abacus, ABAC?
Didn't catch that.
Oh, really good. How it talked about the demographics, how the demographics have changed during this election, but they talked about the issue. The main issue is, we know it's south of us, and but it talked about how the baby boomers have more switched, where the ones that maybe supported, I gotta be careful because I don't want to talk about parties, but there's been a shift on cohorts that have been shifting, untraditionally shifting, which they analyzed out of the last election, and there's a lot of things, scarcity and surety. It's the uncertainty of and that's the big issue that we're dealing with today, and it just made mention here that municipal leaders are not just managers of place, but architects of stability in the unstable times, because they look at those and more importantly at the municipal level, because that's where you're the closest to that to the people itself, right? And precarity mindset, what this new precarity mindset means to you, and it says people need more certainty, not just more services. You're on a front line of trust and resilience, and also federal priorities start and finish with your work. So anyway, it was, I don't know, I'm gonna try to get the slide presentation because it's like anybody can analyze numbers, but it was, and this is a company out of a poll, what do you call it? A poll company, what do you call it? They look at the polls and stuff like that out of Ottawa. Abacus, yes.
One of those counting things with the beads.
No, but this is the name of the firm. He's a young guy, he's in his 40s, right? And so some days the last day is the best speaker. I don't know what it is. I guess that's the hang around and stuff like that. But there was the election, Ontario. There was less people running this year. Like there was 2 off the ballot. That was there 11 for 9.
Yes.
Right, and which was still good. The lady played the ukulele from Brampton. You remember that? She got back in again, but she had a different song today. Something else I will say, we had our third OPP Grey Bruce Police Services Board meeting, and the last one was more to do with budget. So Amanda, or Madam Clerk, you will be receiving those minutes. Are we getting the minutes from? I haven't seen anything come through. Have you received any minutes yet from the? This is our third meeting.
Through you, Mayor McQueen, I have not received any as of yet, but it would be something that would be probably good to come forward to the consent.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I'll follow it because the last one is budget, and so it'll be forward onto the municipality on that part. I mean, we're halfway through this year, and basically it was basic status quo, but because we were not meeting for quite a long time, so there is some money that's going to go into reserve. But okay, that's about all I have to come to mind at this point. Well, we obviously we had the rodeo.
Yeah.
I guess I can speak to that. Surprising with the weather, how big attendance. I was surprised that we're in the bleachers. And you know, this funny thing is I didn't recognize a lot of people in the bleachers. They're full. So that means it's drawn from a further area, and which is good. Like you said, you ran into somebody in Ottawa that went to the rodeo and that sort of thing. So, you know, with the weather, I know Councilor Rickens, you were there on Sunday, and I think you were there on Saturday, and a few others were on Saturday, and you know, ironically, when I brought greetings, the sun came out and then went away. But anyway, it was a bit wet for a half an hour. But you know what? They stayed. They watched. They came back after the break. So I still think there was a couple of Bronco guys made it to the 8 seconds. I think he was almost on the side. But the cowboy, the bull ones didn't. The bull won.
Yeah.
The bull won. And all that stuff. But and it's surprising how many local people in the Grey County area compete in the pole bending or the barrel race and stuff like that. It's good to see that is happening. Anyway, Deputy Mayor.
Did forget, it's hard sometimes with so many things happen for us. I did miss the last council meeting, and I was absent because I was at the Canada Vote Summit. This year, the Canada Vote Summit took place in Montreal, and the premise, it was put on by the Democratic Exchange, and it was talking about not just municipal elections and as such, it was talking about kind of democracy as a whole and where democracy stands on the world stage. What efforts are being put in place to attack democracy worldwide as well as support democracy worldwide. It was a rather interesting conference to be at. There was one session where they had some mayors from the United States as part of the discussion, and they were talking about the change in democracy and engagement in the United States. They talked about the USAID and how much funding it was supporting democracy organizations around the world, and how the funding for that has significantly deteriorated almost to nothing from the USAID, and how Canada has an opportunity to kind of fill that gap a little bit and become more of a world player in trying to support democracy across the globe. One of the gentlemen from the United States did comment that Canada is seen rather highly when it comes to democracy and the way our elections are run and the way our democracy is defended in Canada. So we are kind of a shining light in terms of what it is to be democratic. There was an interesting conversation with a retired general from the Canadian Military Army and a union leader about how do you get people together and supportive rather than the infighting and the incivility when it comes to democracy and debates and organization. And the general said, well, if you don't do what you're told, then you are going to jail. And I don't think we can quite do that as municipalities say you're either going to be supportive or go to vote in our municipal elections or federal elections, or you're going to jail. I don't think we're there yet. But it was kind of interesting conversations, and I was very happy to be there and take part in the conference over the 2 days it existed. So just wanted to share that as well, Mayor McQueen. Sometimes it's hard to forget everything we're going
Do you
through.
recognize anybody else from our area there as well, or no?
I didn't see anybody from Grey Bruce County. There were other members that I know through AMO that attended. There was a lot of nonprofit organizations. There were staff from other municipalities. There were municipal clerks from municipalities, not Grey Bruce, but from other municipalities that were there in terms of efforts that are being done at the municipal level for elections, the type of elections we have, be it in person or paper. One of the other sessions was put on by the CEO of Elections Canada and the CEO of Elections Ontario, because we had 2 snap elections recently. Both were not planned. They didn't go the full cycle. They were snap and brought forward early. And talking about the challenges to a snap election, the conversation was also brought up where the province of Ontario used tabulators, but whereas the federal government just did paper ballots and hand counting systems. And so it was talking about people's trust in that election outcome. One of the real interesting things was the federal election CEO commented that in 3 weeks, the Federal Elections Canada hires 750,000 people. It's like 15,000 people a day are onboarded to run the election across the country in every riding in every place. And I remember there was scrambling trying to get workers for Elections Canada for the federal election here in our area.
I'm sure the venting is tough too.
Yeah, right. Like this is the number of people that they're trying to onboard is significant and crazy. But yeah, so I didn't see so many people like colleagues from our Grey Bruce area, but I saw a lot of colleagues that I recognized from AMO and Roma conferences in the past.
Yeah, our HR manager would be pulling her hair out if she had to hire 750,000. You know, stuff like that. But I heard one little thing way up north that the election period got cut short because they had to get on a boat to get home or a plane or something, and then it was on CBC. And anyway, that's good news. Councillor Allen?
Excuse me, the Pickleball Club of Grey Highlands pledged to raise $50,000 for the new courts in Flesherton, and as of 2 weeks ago, we got to that, and right now we're sitting at $51,100, and we'll continue to fundraise.
So you're writing down that model, how that works, so it can be carried on to others, right? Well, that's fantastic. Good. Very good. Any other? Go ahead, Councillor. Who was first? Go ahead, Councillor Elwood. I guess
Thank you, Mayor McQueen.
your colleagues are allowing you to go next, so.
I just wanted to mention that the South Grey Chamber of Commerce had a lunch and learn event at the Gate Restaurant in Flesherton. Councillor Dubik and I attended. Councillor Dubik actually helped facilitate the discussion with President Karen Cox, and it was well attended and informative lunch and learn session with some of our local chamber members, and the food was excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we always want to keep in touch with, as you as a representative on that as well. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Once again, I am hosting a trivia night at the Kimberley Hall on Friday, June 13th at 7 p.m. It's all it's O Canada trivia, so it's Canadian themed trivia.
You got the room booked?
It's booked, and we have no conflicts with council events this time around. So teams of up to 8 people, $20 per person. There's prizes for first place. There's prizes for best dressed. Come one, come all. You can register through the KCA, or you can get in touch with me and I'll help you register as well. This is a community fundraiser, and all proceeds go towards the KCA's local community betterment projects.
June 13th at 7 o'clock?
June 13th, 7 p.m. on Friday.
And okay.
One more, I was just reminded of the seniors fair.
Yes.
Next Wednesday from 10 till 2 at the Kinplex in Flusherton.
So that's the 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah. 10, yeah, 10, you said 10 to 2?
10 till 2.
Yeah, that's what I got in my book here. Alrighty. There are a few, I think I have signed 4 businesses that we're going to be acknowledging on Saturday. I haven't got a time yet. Businesses in Markdale. So I'll put that in your calendar if you're able to come. I think Councillor, or sorry, yeah, we're waiting for the chamber to be coordinated. So yeah, Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through, yes, that's something the chamber is working on. It's actually the email came from Maya, but
Yep. She's
all
waiting
the
for
time. And also that same day is the fireman's pancake breakfast at the Kinplex.
Yes,
So
in the morning.
that's from 8 till 11, I believe. And the business recognition grand opening event in Markdale is 12 o'clock that same day.
Oh, it's at 12. We start at 12.
Yeah.
Okay. I actually now I do have it in my calendar. So 12. 'Cause I know I signed 4 certificates of businesses that have recently opened. Also on Saturday the 7th is a Grey County Cattlemen's Dinner and Dance at the Rockland Arena. Can't just tell you at the time because I got somebody else to pick me up tickets, but I don't have it in my presence. But
7:30 the dinner, 8:30.
okay, there you go. Right, and I think that's jointly with the junior farmers, I think, as part of the dance, or you got it in front of you there, so.
Yeah, 5:30 to 7:30 is the dinner and auction, and then the dance to follow at 8:30.
Right. So, yeah, that's sort of they've had it, I think, 3 years now in a row. So it seems to be a good spot to have it, so like carry on. So yeah, like, it does say the junior farmers are involved in there, do they not? So they have been.
The ticket just says the Grey County Beef Farmers
Yeah.
Association.
I know they
But I
showed the,
believe it was the junior farmers, because I was at the rodeo is where I bought my tickets, and I think it was
Oh,
from
yeah.
the junior farmers.
oh yeah, through Grey County Federation of Ag, right? So yeah. All right, last call for anything with regards to general announcements. All right, so then moving on, we do have a closed session. How much time? 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Work?
Depends on how much we talk.
No, but they get set up for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. 5 minutes in, it would be good too, right? Okay, so why don't I say, who's calling me? 1:37? Somebody's calling me here. 1:37, is that okay? Okay, so the council proceed into closed session at 1:38 to discuss matters related to the following terms of reference, section 239 to H and section 239K. And that was for, what was that one again?
Mayor McQueen, can I read it out?
Sure. You can.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a small rating here. I can't see that small.
The council proceed into closed session at 1:38 PM to discuss matters related to the following: terms of reference 239-2H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or a territory or a crown agency of any of them, and recreation facility 239-2K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. The CAO Karen Govan, Clerk Amanda Fines Van Alstyne, and Director Ann MacArthur remain in attendance. Sorry.
And that was, Ann was for the second one. Right, okay. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Nilsson, second by Councillor Lowhead. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. So from the viewing public, we'll be a little bit in closed session, but we will be reporting out once we're done. Thank you. Yep, we're back in open session and that the closed meeting, so we rose at 2:07 and that the closed meeting was held and only the closed session items were identified in the closed session and that council gave direction to staff as outlined. Can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allwood? Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Yeah, you gotta change your talk halfway through a subject. Okay, confirming bylaw that bylaw 2025-042 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on June 4th, 2025 be read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allen, all in favor? That is carried. Upcoming meetings, are there any meetings that are missed there? I guess it'd be, committee adjustments on there, so yeah. If not, I need one more motion moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Wickens with his little tweak on his finger there. That we adjourn at 2:08. All in favor? Carried. How you like that from what, 2:07 to 2:08?